I heard you say, Minette, I heard you say that's the problem of the moment. I hope there's not something new.
Oh no, there's no, that's the plan for the moment. No, there's
The
no
plan
new
for the moment. Okay.
problems.
All
No
right.
new problems. I am getting better. My health is getting better. It's slowly but surely. So,
That is
and
so good to hear.
Peter's in good shape, and Christian's in good shape, and Alana's in good shape.
That's awesome. Glad
Otter
to
is
hear it.
going to Taiwan this next week. That's her plan. So, lots
Who
of
is?
cool, huh?
Who's going to Taiwan?
Alana, Yuto called today and said, "Hey, how about we go to Taiwan?" Her husband is always traveling, so
Yeah.
just
So they're
tries
going
to,
to go to Taiwan together. That'll be fun.
yeah. So, all
Well,
right.
okay, let's see who's not here yet. Berta, I'm expecting Berta. Liberty is going to be an hour late, and I was expecting Pam. Is Pam not here? Pardon? She's not here yet? Okay, well, I think I need to go ahead with the class and sort of remind you all where we were and remind myself where we were and what was going on. And Minette, you're going to get to see your portrait continue to develop. I'm sure you really wanted me to do that particular painting. And they have changed the way they share screens, I guess, on this. But I am going to share a screen, and we'll just review a little bit. So here we go with this one. This is where I left off last week. Remember how we start? We start with just these guidelines, that center guideline. It's the center of his face, not the center of the painting. So if he were turned more this direction, that center line would be more over here. If he were turned more this direction, the center line would be more over here, because the center line goes between his eyes, the philtrum, the middle of his lips, the middle of his chin. So as he turns, that center line turns. And I realized on Tuesday that some people were confused about that. So I have I want to clarify that. So that's the first thing we do, the center line and the guidelines for the eyes and nose and mouth. Little marks for the sides of his face and his ears, just little marks, not the whole outline. Then we do more of the outline. We separate the shadow area from the light area. This is the shadow area of this eye. Here comes Berta. So this is not his pupil of his eye. It's the part of it that's part of his entire eye that's in shadow right here. And this is the shadow area of this eye. And now we put the marks in for where that real warmth is going to be, the red. And this is something also yesterday. I was dealing, or not on Tuesday, I was dealing with our model. Our model is very fair, but she has warm colored skin. Her skin is kind of like Minette's skin. It's a very fair, but it's warm colored. And when I use the word warm, I'm talking about more orangey rather than pinky. So we went outside. I went outside with the model and I showed her how my skin is quite pink. And her skin, although it's very fair, it's not pink. It's more toward orange. And so for me, when I use the word warm, I'm referring to orange. I'm not referring to red. A lot of people refer to red as warm. So I want to clarify that for all of you. This artist has put red in these areas where there's blood at the surface, and she uses the word warm for that, and I would use that word too because it is exceptionally red. But for pink areas, I would use the word cool. Here's, she's putting in these planes of the skin. Remember that we have the front plane and then this sort of diagonal where the muscles of the forehead are attached to this plane right here. Then this plane is the side plane over here. She's marking in the darkness for his beard, marking in these are just color marks, color notes. She's not coloring it all in. She's just making notes so that she can compare these colors to each other and be sure that she's getting them right. So now she's getting this darkness of his hair in and the shadow on his beard down here. Again, just marking in the color. She's not painting it all in at this point. We're going to put a whole nother coat of paint on most of this. Now, this is about where I ended up yesterday. Um, I don't have all her hair colored in yet. I just have marks for where the hair is next to the face so that I can sort of judge how the color of the hair looks next to the color of the face. I have marks for the background so I can judge how that looks. And again, all these notes are just so you can judge how it looks. And you see how she put the color of the nose on top of that red that she had put there, but the red, you can still see through it. Remember what I showed you about how where the light goes through the skin, you can see the blood underneath, and right along the bedbug line here, the light is going through the curve of his nose toward that shadow, and you can see the blood underneath. And that's going to be true of the ears too. So when she puts those more realistic colors on here, that red will show through, and it's going to look the way it looks in real life. She's doing that with his beard too. She's putting the skin, sort of mixing it into the color of the beard so that it's the 5 o'clock shadow look without having to put in spots of beard hairs. Now today I intend to start doing this, and this is what most people start too early. Notice right here where I ended up yesterday, I have shadows for the eyes. I have where the shadows are on the eyes. I haven't yet defined the eyes, but today I will define the eyes a little more. You see how now we have the eyes more defined. I'm defining his nostrils and the philtrum, or I mean the wings of his nostrils. I'm defining the darkness between his lips and under his lips, and a little bit of definition on his ears. I don't think I have ears on that. I might have an ear on the one I'm working on, but you see how today, finally, we get more definition into the features. Remember this on yours. We want to get colors and shadows on before we define the features. I'm going to stop this share. I want everybody to raise your hand and repeat after me. We put on colors and shadows before we define the features, okay? Raise your hand and say it. We put on colors and shadows before we define the features.
We put on colors and shadows before we define the features.
Yes, yes. Okay, now I'm going to do the next step on mine, and then I'll work with each of you one at a time to do this, get you where you are. I need to get rid of this. There. Okay, so I'll work with you one at a time after I've done my demonstration. Now, Elaine, please watch me while I do my demonstration of the eyes. Elaine, would you hold up your hand so I know you heard me? Okay. All right. Anybody else that's jumped ahead too far, I want you to watch what I'm doing now so that you'll know what I'm saying. All right. Now, I change my camera. That worked. I do this, and that worked. So it's not goofing me up too bad that they changed some things. All righty then. Don't quite have enough places to put things. I guess I'll just use my pocket. There we go. Okay, this is where I finished up. You see how on my reference, she's wearing glasses, and you see how I kind of indicated a little bit where the glasses are going to go. But in this position, there's not a lot of shine on the glasses, so I can see her eyes. And I'm looking up at her eyes, so they're going to have this curve, same as her nose and her mouth. That is something I actually didn't work with you on drawing, and I'll need to work with you individually on that if anybody else is facing this situation. But this is her center line right through here. This guideline curves a little bit, and so does this one, and so does this one. So since she's not looking straight at us, she's looking up. Making these curved gives us the idea that we're looking up at her. Her chin is also curved. this direction so we can see that we're looking at the bottom of it. Does that make sense? You don't have to answer me. All right, so I'm going to start to define her eyes. I have a color reference over here that I'll be looking at. Let's see how he's got this set. Here we go. Okay, here's my color reference. And here's my black and white reference. Here's the painting, and here's the palette. So I'm hoping you can kind of see a lot of what I'm doing. Now, the color reference is showing this part of her face being lost into the shadow of the church. And the black and white reference shows that too. So the shadow of the church, this side of her face is really going to just disappear into the shadow. This side is going to work its way toward being quite a bit lighter because the light is coming in from here. And there's a nice dark background it's going to show it up pretty nicely, this good dark background back here. So I think one thing I want to do right off the bat is get that darkness established on this side. And then I'm going to show more of the light that's on this side of her face and transition it over to this color, which I don't think I'll make quite as shadowed as I have it here. I think I'll make it a little less shadowed. And for her, because she's fair, but not pink, this is the pink, and even further over, I've got alizarin crimson. I think I'll go ahead and let you see that. So the way I use warm and cool, this is the warmest color, would be a color that's in between yellow and orange, a color that would be right in there. And they get cooler as they go this direction, and they get cooler as they go this direction. So that's how I use the terms warm and cool. So her skin pretty much is here, but it's very pale. So I'll put some of the orange here and put in quite a bit of white. She tans easily, but she wasn't all that tan when we were there. Put in quite a bit of the white. And this might be too cool. I think it's probably too fair. So I'll pull back. Try this. And I think this is actually what I want for these real light areas. And then for any areas that are even lighter, I'm going to add a little yellow and a little more white for real highlights. So I'm working on the light side of her face right now because I want to put in this darkness over here. Now to get the darkness that I want to put in the background, I'm going to use transparent red oxide and ultramarine. So I have a real dark brown. I don't want it to be quite black, but just a real dark brown. And while I do this, put this in here, I'm also going to be defining what's going on with this side of her face. I don't think I'll put as much of her hair here as the photo shows because I want to show this nice plane right here of her cheek and then coming down toward her neck. Then the hair can soften this area up here, but I don't want to put as much as the photo has. So here I'll define her cheek. Her ear is here. So get the cheek right along here. And then her ear was just barely visible. She has an earring on that I'll put on later when I get to the details. And then the hair is soft in here. I don't want to put quite that much hair on because I want to show her cheekbone right here. I'm going to soften this a little bit by bringing it just beyond the line of the drawing. Bring this down like this to her neckline. And I like how this neck is so, it's like a swan neck, you know? It's very lovely. Minette's sitting there cringing, I'm sure. But it is. It's just lovely.
That's so sweet, Ma.
There, got that the way I want it. I want to soften this angle a little bit. One of the things I like to do when I'm painting portraits is I like to use the rag as a tool also for softening edges and defining things. So I probably will be doing that. You'll see it. So this is the point at which we begin to define the features and the contour. But I'm not going to paint in the entire background. I'm just getting enough of it in here that I have something to work with. And then over here, as we get into an even darker area over in here, I'm going to add more blue. To my mixture. Make it almost black.
Sarah Eldred.
Now this is the second coat of paint I'm putting on here. I'm going to put out some more some more transparent red oxide. I'm using quite a bit of it. And I want to stick with this transparent red oxide and ultramarine mixture as I come into the dark side of her face, because I don't want to have an edge between her face and the background. You see how her face blends right into this darkness over here. So I'm going to make this darker than I had it and just bring the background right into the shadow area of her chin, under her chin, shadow area of her neck. I think I might even just bring it into this whole area right in through here. And let's see here now. Yeah, this color comes all the way in here. You see how after seeing it again, after not looking at it for a while, you see things that you want to change. And that's part of why you want to give yourself the time. When you're doing a portrait, give yourself the time to make adjustments when you see it again. Okay, I think that's enough of this mixture going in here. I'm going to start getting into the mixtures that I use for flesh tones and work my way from light to dark and dark to light, just kind of back and forth. When I'm doing landscapes, I very often prefer to work dark to light, unless there's a specific bright light effect, in which case I want to get that light effect established first. And with still lifes, I work from dark to light. But with portraits, because it's so delicate, I don't limit myself to that. I just go ahead and do whatever presents itself as needing to be done in terms of light. Now I have these light colors mixed up here, and I have this real dark established over here. So now I have a goal for myself that I want to work my way over to flesh tones that will blend in with these darks. So here I start out with the lights right here on this side of her face. It's very, very light, and it's going to be quite a bit cooler as it gets toward where the light is coming in from the window. And we have this angle is here because of that angle on the forehead that the muscles for the eyebrows are attached to. And I know it's kind of, I don't know if everybody enjoys hearing this scientific part of things, but it helps me to understand why things look the way they look if I know the science behind it. So that's why I like to analyze that. And it helps me to analyze it out loud while I'm painting. And these are all the areas where the muzzle and the chin are turning toward the light. So I'm adding this real cool light color. Get this real cool color right in over here. I'm giving myself a soft edge right here because I'm going to let her hair blend in because the hair is quite light right there also. And then right here, quite a bit of that light from the window is coming in right there. Not as much of it is coming in down here, but a lot of it is coming in on the side of her mouth and on the side of her chin. So I get that light established. Now the side of her nose, remember I want to keep this warmth right here. And we've got light that ends right at the tip of her nose, and then quite a bit of this real light color from the window is on the side right there and on the wing of her nose right there. So I want to just establish that. Now this medium light is here because the planes of her face, and this is what we're trying to do now, before we worry about details of the face, we want to make sure that we're emphasizing the planes of her face. This part of her forehead is tilting that direction, is tilting upward, and it's catching that light. This part of her cheek is tilting upward to catch that light. This part of her muzzle is tilting upward, and so is this part of her chin and that part of her nose. So you get those planes that are tilting upward established, and that way it looks really three-dimensional. It's a very good way to work that out. So now I'll get this. This is the mid-tone light. This is not the real bright light. I get that where it touches the shadow. And then over here is a second coat of paint I'm putting on some of these areas. And I want to establish some of the color that's in here, inside the glasses. And the light on the eye, light and shadow on the eye, that's shifting right there. And then get this part established and this transition right here established. And a little bit more light on her neck and on her chin. Then there's some light over here. This is a good pattern of light, and there's light on this side of her eye over here, and where the muscles of her smile are right in through here. A little bit of light here. Now I get a fan brush to soften that. That's why we want fan brushes for the portraits. I've got 3 of them here. 3 sizes of fan brushes that were part of our materials list, the way back in the old days when we started this class, were these 3 sizes. I'm going to soften this line. I think I'm going to use the smaller one to soften this line. And I want to have my rag in one hand, so each time I go over the line, I'll clean that off with the rag just by brushing it like this. And that way I don't wind up getting that dark brown into her face. To be honest, I think I already did get the dark brown into her face right here. So I put a little bit more of my lighter paint right here. Right there. I want to get that softened. And then her ear has quite a bit of red in it, so I'll add red to the ear right there. So like I say, today I am establishing details, and that includes any contour that you want to emphasize. See what I'm doing here? I'm softening this, and then now this is going to be softened a little bit more. So you see how first, I'm going to zoom in as much as I can and show you this. Ways to soften edges. It's important to know how to soften edges. You see how I took the fan brush, I took the little tip of the fan brush, and I went down like that on there. You see how it looks a little bit zigzag now? After doing that zigzag, now I can take the fan brush along it. And that way I get an edge that's soft, but not a lost edge. I want a lost edge right here. And I want this to be very soft here. I haven't actually put my finished color on that yet, but I will soften it with that zigzag. This edge right here, I didn't want to soften it as much as I did down here because this is closer to the focal point, which the focal point is her features, the ones that we really want to get to. And now I'm softening some of these other marks that I've made with the fan brush. I'm going to soften this one a lot. I might even use the rag to blend that in. I actually haven't got all my color on over here yet, so it's not too important to get these things blended. Get that more blended. I'm going to put a little bit different color in here too. And now I want to put this color in, and then I'll show you what I intend to do about her eyes. So this is going to be slightly more shadowed than this. So I add a little bit more of my orange. I'm cooling it a little by adding a little bit of this red, the one that's right next to the orange, because we're turning from light to shadow and there's more blue in this shadow. So I want to start to cool the skin tones as well. I'll add a tiny molecule of blue to this skin tone as it works its way toward the shadow. And I'm going to check it, see if that's what I want. I think I want to go darker. I had gone darker than I wanted to before. You know what I might do? I might just get a little halftone going here, right here. Now this is a plane, remember, so I don't want to blend this too much, but I can get that halftone in there. And get a little halftone here. And here. So I'm working my way now from light to dark, and I think I'm probably going to continue with that, working from light to dark. Okay, I've got a message here. Let me just see if it's one of you. Okay, Pam, I'm glad you're here. Okay, so actually she's driving across Wyoming, and they do have a lot of wind farms in Wyoming. I was wondering why they didn't. I hadn't been seeing pictures of wind farms in Wyoming. Okay. Now I'm adding a little bit more blue and a little bit more red. This is not too different from what I had before, I don't think. This is the front plane of her forehead. I'll take this over to this side plane. You see the bedbug line that I have here from last time. And then I want to get a little darker for, well, before I do that, let's see if I want to get darker for her nose. A little bit darker here. Okay, now I get quite a bit darker, so I add more of this red. As I get toward that bedbug line, we want to have it be redder. And a little bit of blue. And this, there's a plane right here, and if you feel it on your own face, you'll feel it. It goes in a little bit, so it's facing down, facing away from that light. So I'm making it a little darker. Right in here. And then here's the bedbug line. And then this part right here is the side plane of her nose, which I think is dark enough. And the side plane of this part of her muzzle, I think, is dark enough, and I think that's okay. So I'll leave that the way it is. Put this redder color right along here. Notice I'm not putting in nostrils or anything. Yet. So as I had you all repeat after me, we want to put in the planes and colors before we put in the features. The features have to sit there in the planes. I'm just making this all a little bit more subtle. Now for this darker color, I'm going to work my way back from the darkness with this darker color, which I think is a little too cool, but I don't want to really add red to it, so I'm going to add, actually, yeah, I am going to add red to it. Let me see about this. I really want this to blend in with that dark. So I'm going to just add some of the dark to my skin tone. The skin tone has white in it, and the dark doesn't. And the white makes a lot of difference. I'm still using our regular titanium white that we've been using for other things. And it cools things abruptly. It's a pretty strong pigment for the things that it does. Yeah, it's a blue. and it's very, very opaque. So I use it because it's so effective for landscape painting because of that coolness. It pulls coolness. It pulls coolness into your landscape colors when you're showing distance. Now, what I'm doing right here is I'm bringing alizarin crimson into it, because alizarin crimson is a cool red, but it's also dark. I want to get some of this dark cool over in here. And right now I'm using broken color, marks of the alizarin crimson. I'm not blending it because I don't want a blended purple over there. I'm just incorporating marks of the alizarin crimson. So here's the way we have our palette laid out again. The alizarin crimson is the coolest of our reds, and it's also a dark color. So if you have a dark color that's too cool and you want to keep it dark but warm it, add the alizarin crimson, because red is warmer than blue, but this alizarin crimson is still dark. So I wanted to get a warm color on the side of her face over here that was dark, so I could have it work it into the darkness in the background without having it be too purpley or too grayish. So I'm working the alizarin crimson into that on this side as broken color. This is one of the hallmarks of Impressionist painting, the broken color. It keeps your color from getting muddy when you don't blend it. You just make little marks. You see how I'm making little marks with this color. Now I'm going to go back to my warm halftone. I'm going to get darker, adding alizarin crimson and ultramarine to my warm halftone. And work it over here. Soften this edge right here. Remember, this is the bedbug line right along here, so it will have red in it. That's where we're seeing this, the blood under the skin. Now I don't want to get into, even these places that I'm softening, I don't want to get into a lot of heavy blending. It's important to keep the colors fresh, and the way to keep them fresh is to not overblend them. So I'll zoom in and let you see how that's as far as it'll go. You can see how these brush marks are visible over here. Now where I wanted to blend was over here on the edge to get a soft edge. That's why I use that fan brush over here to get the soft edge. I don't want to have a lot of blending in other places, and that's kind of counterintuitive, but you'll see when you start doing it that it's best to keep these areas. Best to keep the color fresher. Now right here is my alizarin crimson mixture that I used over here, and I'm keeping the color fresh by not blending it. And my marks are not, I'm not slapping the canvas like this. I'm doing gentle little curves like that. This is something that Rembrandt did. He was working at a time when the only light you had was from a small upper window. And if you look at his paintings, you'll see that the color is broken, even though they're not Impressionist paintings. He didn't want to get it. He didn't want to get it muddy looking, but he wanted to show that deep darkness. And now I want to have a little reflected light under here. So I'm getting a mixture of red and orange. Put under here. Okay, so that with what I've just now done, I established the planes and colors. And if you have any establishing planes and colors to do, maybe this would be a good time. Let's see how we're doing for time. We've got I think I'm actually going to go ahead and show the features, because that's what I told you I would do. Just remember that if you still have planes and colors to establish, you should do that before you get into the features. And I want to put a little more pink right here.
Those of us who need notes to remember things should probably write down established planes and colors before we do the features.
Yeah.
I know I will.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We're going to be doing more of establishing planes and colors. I mean, we're not done with all this, but I'll get this a little redder up in here. So this is not, I'm not going to be painting the features. I'm going to be doing the first step toward painting the features here. There are going to be a few more steps that have to do with getting the features in just so. But this is the first step, and I'm going to use my brown, this brown that I mixed. And now you see how I'm going to steady my hand and hold the brush fairly near the tip, the bristles, steadying my hand here and laying my other hand on it. So if you have some sort of a way to steady your hand, this would be a good time to do that when you get started with these. Now I'm reestablishing my guidelines for the eyes so that they are right in line with each other. You see this? Reestablishing this guideline that goes right through here. Don't want to miss that. And so this goes right through the corners of her eyes. And then I have darkness in here, but it's a warm darkness, so I need to add more red, and I'm going to use my alizarin crimson and cadmium red light to keep it dark but warm. bring this darkness up. So this is her upper lid right here. And then on the other side, this is very dark on this side. This warm darkness. I'm going to take it right on through where her glasses will be. And this is the shadow on the bottom of her eye, the shadow part of the bottom of the eyeball. The eye is a ball. And paint right over where I'd indicated her glasses. Now over here on this side, we have distortion from the glasses. So I'll just indicate what I'm seeing. There's this very light light right here. Very light light right there. And right there. And then there's a very dark dark. Right here. Even though it doesn't make sense and I have no idea what I'm looking at, I'm just putting in what I'm seeing. That's one of those things they say to do, paint what you see. And then I think there's bright light coming from the window. So I'll make a pale, pale yellow and put it here. Now that's going to get refined later, but right now we're not refining any of this stuff. We're just establishing it. Establishing where it's going to be, I guess, and what I want it to look like. I'm going to use a little bit of TRO to darken some of what I'm doing here for these midtones. This is her upper lid. This is the fold of the upper lid. The lower lid is quite light on this side. And on this side, I've got the lower lid about right, I think. And there are some artifacts happening from the glasses. Now I want to get the white of both eyes is not at all white. The shadow area of both eyes is quite dark. So I'm putting ultramarine blue with TRO to make it quite dark. Put it on the dark side. Now, one thing that is true of the whites of our eyes is that they generally tend to be cooler than the skin. So this is the white of the eye that I'm putting in here. So you generally tend to use more blue. And now where her iris is, she has hazel eyes. So I'll add a touch of yellow to make it shift toward green a little bit, but it still has to be quite dark. And all this is I'm indicating where this stuff is going to be. I'm not going to paint it all in nice yet. This is still just an indication. It's not going to look alive yet. just an indication. Remember that, everybody. Now the white of her eye on the dark side is still quite dark. So I'm adding a little bit of white to my mixture of blue, but not very much. And you can see how that looks. That looks like it should look. But this color, look how dark that color is that I used for the white of her eye. I'll paint it right here. This is what I used for the white of her eye. Okay? So bear in mind, they're not white. You'll be using white for the specular highlights later on. Now that's about as much as I'm going to do. Now you see how, for now, they're not detailed. I want to lose this, as a matter of fact. I'm going to use my fan brush to lose that into the darkness. Now her glasses, you can tell that she's going to have glasses. I'm not going to get into details on her glasses yet. I'll do that later on. And then for the around her nose, I want it quite dark, but red. Again, there's blood here around the wings of her nostrils. So where the wings of her nostrils touch her cheeks, red helps us get the look of life going. And then I begin to sort of sketch in the nostrils. I'm not going to try to paint the entire nostrils, and I begin to sketch them in, because as I develop her nose, there's going to be other things happening, reflected light, things like that. And you see how I'm steadying my hand to do this. Remember this area right here that we call the nasolabial fold is actually, it's a place where the muscle of the cheek meets the curve of these muscles for the muzzle. It's not really a line. So don't paint it like a line, paint it like a shape. A form. I don't know what this is. Some sort of a smear. I'll get rid of that. Now, I want to zoom in on this and show you how it's not, if this is still broken color. Is that as zoomed as it'll go? I guess it is. Well, anyway, this is still broken color in here. There are no clean edges on any of this. And then get a little more indication of the darkness between her lips. I need to go darker than that. And I'm not painting her lips yet either. I mean, there's a lot more to be done on all of this. I'm just beginning to go in that direction to get the darkness between her lips. Now her upper lip is very dark, but it's quite a bit redder than the darkness in the other areas. So I added a lot of cadmium red deep to my dark color. And then the lower lip is a little redder, but it's still quite cool. So I'm adding some cadmium red light to my cool color. And I'm letting some of that color from the upper lip drag into the lower lip right at this point where the two muscles join. And then letting this color get a little darker as it goes toward the shadow. Needs to be darker than that. And I'm also softening the edges in the shadow. And then right here, there's some light coming through her lip. So I'm adding red, cadmium red light right in here. Now I want to use the fan brush to soften the lip line. Especially in the shadow area. And that's where I would stop for this stage of things. Does anybody have questions? Okay, let's do this. Oops. Now, the main thing I want to say about this entire stage that I just did is that we don't want to overblend anything. Let your brush marks be, let them be defined. It'll get muddy, especially between the light and dark, if we overblend it. And as far as these indications of the features that we're doing, again, they're not hard lines. They're broken color. I want to try to get this as close as possible to show you just how broken these colors are. And then I have to take a break. Scott is pointing out the clock to me. He doesn't want me to wind up sleeping all day tomorrow. Melanie, what's up?
Oh, that's me. It's Minette.
Oh,
Just
Minette, what's
I was just thinking when I asked if I had any questions, and I had a question, but I
yeah?
could ask it after your break. It's
Okay.
just at some point if we could review that. It's more towards the beginning of your lecture, showing the picture and about how the angle of the mouth and the nose and the eyes when you're at an angle.
I will do that.
Realized I was looking at my picture and I think I needed some assistance with that. So I just that you had asked if we had questions about that, and I do have a
And
question
you
about that.
did.
So
Okay. All right. I will show you after class.
okay,
Um,
sounds good.
I mean, not after class, after my break.
After break. Okay.
Anyway, this color is inaccurate. The color is inaccurate, but because the phone didn't get the color right. But you see how those brush strokes are
Mhm.
not blended. See that? They're not blended. So just I really wanted you to pay attention to not blending stuff. Certainly I'm not at this point. All right, I have to take my break. I'll see you later.
Did you take off on the border? I mean, did you take them over here?
Are you doing okay, Mark?
Mm-hmm. Got awful quiet out here.
Yep. That's because everybody's painting or on break.
Okay.
Plus,
Hi, Liberty.
Hello, I'm here
Okay. Um,
finally.
I did a demonstration which is important for you to see. So I'd like you to, this evening or tomorrow morning, look at the first hour of our class, okay?
Where would I find that?
You're going to find it on I think
Do
it's
a
Gail
Google
LeVay.
search. Do a Google search for Gail LeVay Fine Art YouTube,
Okay.
and that's where we'll have it posted.
And
Yeah.
I want to start working with Berta because it's the latest for her. Berta, are you there? Okay. All right. Do you want to show me what you're doing? Okay.
I'm sending it to you. Okay?
Excuse me?
I'm
Sending it to
sending
me?
it to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Go out.
It's poodling its way up to the satellite. Here we go. I got it. Well, come on.
Found it. There you are.
It's still not here.
You didn't get it?
I didn't get it.
Then I'll send it by WhatsApp.
Oh, I thought you sent it by WhatsApp. Okay, wait a minute.
No, I sent
Yeah,
it
no,
by
okay. I was looking at WhatsApp. Okay, you have such a beautiful, beautiful reference. Oh, this is lovely.
Thank you.
I think you're done. Really, this is you don't really have anything else to do.
Okay, should I do the blouse? Should I do something with it?
Well, what I'm thinking about the blouse is that the most it needs is for some of the shadow from the neck to come over the edge of the blouse there.
Uh-huh.
So the neck shadow just doesn't end at the blouse. It should come over the blouse a little bit.
Because
I
in
think
the picture, I don't think it comes over the blouse.
I think in your painting it should.
Uh-huh.
And that would be about it because I kind of like the way that looks down there, the way you have it.
Okay.
And I like the way the hair looks. I like the way you've done it all. It very much looks just right. It's really lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah, nicely done.
Thank
I think
you.
you need to start a new one.
Okay. I will.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Thank
really,
you.
really beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Elaine, let's take a look at what you've got. I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I just started to do the planes, so maybe you can
Okay.
check in on me in a bit.
Okay, I will. Minette, do you want to show me what you're doing or talk about it? Oh, actually, you need to ask that question. So let me show you the answer to your question, okay? And Minette, feel free to unmute
Okay, I'm
so
right
we
here.
can talk. Okay. All right. And I'll show it to you on this photo as well. So the center line it goes right through your chin, between your lips, between, this part of your lips here, up the philtrum, and through the middle of your nose, not through this part of your nose, but through where the nose attaches to the skull, between the eyes and up to the forehead, and then the forehead tilts back there and the chin tilts back here. So there's the center line, all right?
Mhm.
Now these lines, if we were looking right at you, that would be a straight line across your eyes.
Mhm.
But you see that if we did a straight line, it wouldn't look right.
Mhm.
So we have to do a curved line like that. And a curved
Right,
line,
because it's got volume. The whole thing has volume, so.
the whole thing has volume. So the curved line is what speaks of it.
Right. Right.
And if you were facing downward, this curved line would go the other way.
Right. Okay. All right. You can I just sent you the picture, a copy of the picture that I had done from last week.
Okay.
I was trying to think about that because, yeah, my friend, I think I just need to do more of a curve on her nose and eye
Let me
plane.
take a look here. I'm going back to she is pretty straight on.
Is she? Because she's facing to the side, isn't she? Is it kind of like what
Yeah,
yours
but
is?
she's not facing up or down.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I think I might have taken it. She was facing a little bit down.
Was she?
Yeah,
Okay.
I sent it to you. I must have sent it wrong, the angle wrong.
I've got the photograph here, and I'm going to open up the photo in my drawing app, and
Okay.
we'll see what that looks like. I'll do the same thing with that I did with the photo I had of you just now,
Okay.
and I'll send it back to you.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that was where I got to last time with trying to do shadows
Yeah.
with watercolor. So I guess I'm
Okay.
not really sure what
Give
I'll
me a
do
minute
next,
here.
but
I'll
yeah.
get this. All right. Now, in her case, that center line
Hmm.
curves quite a bit at her forehead.
Okay.
So I'm just drawing the center line.
Okay.
And then between the eyes, it's straight.
Okay.
But because of that curve of her forehead, between her lips, it's curved. So I'll send it back to you.
Okay. And the eyes then, they're not that curved then?
I don't think they are.
Okay. All right. Then maybe it was okay the way I did it then.
Yeah, I think the mouth is curved because of the angle of her. The main thing that's a little bit curved is that center line. So let me send it to you.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Alrighty. I don't know why it's doing this. Did it send to you? Did it go to you? No, it didn't. All right. I'm going to put this pen away. We've got all kinds of new things on this new phone, like all kinds of AI things that get in the way of what I'm trying to do. All right. All right. There you go. Did you get it?
Yes, I got it. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. Good. Okay. So I got the Europeans. Now I'm going to start working with with everybody else in alphabetical order, beginning with Arlene. Arlene, how's it
Yeah.
going? Yeah.
Well, I got his nose back. I'd lost his nose.
Okay.
And so I'm struggling with, do you still have the photographs that I sent you, or do I need to resend them?
I don't think you should need to. Let me see. I'll find it here. Yeah, I really like this discussion that you sent to me about the landscape
Yeah,
painting
wasn't
and
that neat?
yeah, and your painting of the flower is just spectacular.
Well, thank you.
Really, really nice.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got his photograph here.
Okay, so on his on the photograph, on the
Mhm.
left half of his face,
Mm-hmm.
you can see how it's very muted because of reflection.
Yeah.
And then it's very difficult. What I'm struggling with is getting the highlight on his nose to be able to be seen and not match the reflection, but they're very close in value, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So what I've done is I've used a lot of Viridian to calm down the color on the left side of the photo.
Good idea. Yeah. Good idea.
And then I'm not using nearly as much, elsewhere, but Viridian is what I'm using as contrast because of he's so backlit. Plus, he is a very olive-skinned young man.
Uh-huh. Yep. Yep.
And
Well, that
then,
works.
and then there's a lot of red in the other parts of his face because when this was taken, he was a trainer for the Phoenix soccer team.
Oh
So
my.
he was kneeling out on the field, watching them. So
Uh-huh.
he was hot.
Oh, well, go ahead and use the red. The red on his nose and on his ear and on that I see it sort of just below the brim of his cap.
Yeah.
Go ahead and put red in there. And yeah, Viridian is a good call for that lighter side of his face.
Yeah.
I kind of think in order to make it really look like he's hot and it's backlit, I think you should use yellow for the background.
Okay.
I think that would really state it pretty well.
Okay. So which yellow would you recommend?
Cadmium yellow medium with white added.
Okay. All right.
This is looking good. You're doing a good job.
It's much more difficult than I thought it would be.
Isn't it amazing how difficult
Oh my God.
portraiture is?
Yeah.
It is the hardest thing you can do.
So,
oh, my hair.
Do you have any comments?
I'd like you to send me a picture of it so I can look at it closely and get a better idea what you mean by that problem with his nose.
Okay. All right, I can do that.
Okay.
Okay, should be coming.
Okay.
Says it failed to send. Why did it fail to send?
I don't have any idea.
Do you have like signal? Maybe that could be the problem.
No, I've got signal. Boo. All right, Gail, I'll send it to your email.
Okay. Liberty, sometimes they won't send if the file is too big.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, I send it to your email.
Okay. Here it is. It looks good, Arlene. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Okay.
Yeah, and I like that you're showing the planes accurately, and it works. Yeah,
Okay.
nice.
All
Okay,
right. Thank
good.
you.
Yep. Okay. All righty. Let's see here. Liberty, you're next.
Let me send you a photo.
Okay.
Just see what we're working with so far.
Okay.
It really hasn't changed from 2 weeks ago.
I'm really glad that you are handling the eyes the way you're supposed to.
Yeah. I'm glad. I don't think I could do it any other way.
Yeah, it's
I've tried to do eyes like that before and I'm always so mad at them. So pretty smart move.
okay, got it. Yeah, I like that you're not overblending the color. When you get to doing her lips, make the upper lip quite a bit darker than the lower lip.
Right. Okay.
And
What color should I use for her lips?
well, her lips don't look as red as Melanie's lips look, so I'm thinking maybe hold up your photo for me. I think alizarin crimson with white added for the upper lip, and then cadmium red light with white added for the lower lip.
Bright. Yeah.
Is the paint too dry to soften any of it? Is it dry?
Yeah, it's dry.
Okay, you'll need to add some fresh paint. You remember how I added fresh? Oh, you don't remember, but on my portrait, the portrait I'm working on, all of the paint I added today is fresh paint.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but here, let me change this so you can see it. Give me just a minute, because that's not what I want to show you. What I want to show you is what I did today. Which is this. Now I painted over this entire region today, and got softened edges and reestablished the way the light meets the shadow, and then I began to indicate her eyes and lips and nostrils with a little more detail. I didn't paint them. I mean, they're not done, but I began to indicate more the colors that are in her eyes, nostrils, and lips. But I painted over all of the planes of the face before I did that. Right. So that is what we did. What we've done up till now is really just the first coat. And what I did today is the second coat. And next week I'll be finishing it. Okay. So what you've done so far is the first coat of paint, and then today what you'll be doing is you'll be changing some of the colors. If you think some colors need to be warmer or cooler, you'll be getting a better handle on the planes of her face, and softening areas that need to be softened and defining areas that need to be defined, and then beginning to indicate her eyes and nostrils and lips.
And I'm trying to remember what colors you said. Lightened.
I think her coloring is fairly similar to my daughter's coloring, which I used orange and white for a lot of it.
I think
And
that's what
then,
you said
huh?
last. That's what you said last class. So I think that's what I've been sticking to as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Then there are areas where there was more blood visible under the skin, so I worked in a little cadmium red light. And then areas that needed to be redder but cooler, I used alizarin crimson. Okay, so are you good? Shall I go to the next person?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Melanie?
Hey.
How are you doing?
We're doing color tests to try to figure out what pigments I want to use.
Okay.
This kid is so fair.
Yeah.
Like her, and then with like all the sun on one side, like it is like almost actually white
Yeah.
on one side, which means that I have to do I have to find pigments that will work at that concentration.
Right. Right.
So that's kind of what I'm working on. I don't remember if I showed you this at the stage it's at right.
Yeah. It looks good. Okay. Well, yeah, that's going to be a challenge. Can't you leave it white?
Yeah, I can leave it white. I want it to be white.
But I mean, for the real light, I mean, I've seen watercolors where they do that. They leave the paper on real highlights for the face, you know?
Well, yes, I can do that. But the thing is that it's all so soft and rounded.
Oh,
It's not about the difficulty of achieving white. It's about I need to have a skin tone that softly moves into being white.
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I
You see
understand.
the challenge now. Like
I see it.
a lot of these pigments are a different color when they're really, really thin
Yeah.
than they are when they're dark, really. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
like for example, ultramarine blue looks great, really pale, but when it starts to get a little thicker, it granulates. And a baby looks terrible with granulated ultramarine blue on it.
I would think it probably would look pretty bad.
Yeah. Which like for that man that we did, it looked great because he had the 5 o'clock shadow, but
Right. Wow.
so
Yeah,
now
that is
like,
going to be a
well,
challenge.
yeah. So I'm
What of
kind of
your
looking
blues
at
don't granulate?
I've got phthalo blue and uh dioxazine purple.
Oh,
My phthalo blues are greenish because you know phthalo blues are always greenish.
yeah.
And of course the purple is purple.
Well, go ahead and I would experiment with dioxazine then. Make some color
Yeah,
switches.
I am. I have or
Oh,
head
yeah.
orange and dioxazine
Ooh,
purple is
I
the
like
bottom
that.
one.
Yeah,
This
that
is
works.
I accidentally used ultramarine purple for this one. This was the ultramarine blue.
Okay.
But, I think this does look good for warm shadows.
I like that dioxazine. I really do. Yeah. And
Yeah.
especially for the baby, for the child, the shadows being that color work really well
Yeah.
on a baby.
It just stains.
It
It
stains,
stains
so you
like
better get
nobody's
it right the
business, so I
first
have to get
time.
it right the first time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And then the light parts, the higher up light parts are
Yeah.
greenish
Oh, okay.
because there's greenery, I think, and the
Right.
sky is light is blue, you know, from the
A cerulean color.
sky.
Yeah.
So so then I'm thinking about, okay, so like for her forehead and like the top of the bridge of her nose has very distinct like yellow and green tones to it. So
Okay.
I'm thinking about how do I put that in without Viridian, which also granulates.
Well, the phthalo.
Yeah, I think that might be the phthalo.
Yeah, because they have that green tinge.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay. Rebecca? Want to show me what you've got going? That's such a beautiful subject you have. I can't hear you if you're talking to me. You need to.
Yeah, I was just trying to touch up her mouth and the
Okay.
shadow and her eyes.
Okay. I think you need to soften some things. I think it's pretty good, except some various things need to be softened, like the transition from her dark hair to her skin in the shadow side. And I think probably softening what you're doing. Yeah, make that softer. And I think also on the light side, make it a softer transition from her hair to, maybe make a few hairs that are stray hairs or something with a very fine brush, might be nice.
Yeah.
And then soften basically everything you've done around her mouth. Is looking harsh. And remember when I worked on the mouth I was working on today, I needed to come back with the fan brush and soften it.
Yeah. Her mouth has been hard for me trying to because of the way her head's turned to try to get it right.
Yeah. So sometimes it's better to under-define the features than to over-define them, and they look a little better.
Yeah, a little softer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is that the paint is not wet. Not much. The mouth, this paint is wet, but the paint around her face and stuff is not wet.
Well, remember, I painted over the entire face today.
Yeah.
And so the paint was wet, so I could soften her features, Last week was just the first coat.
Okay.
Today, whatever you did last week, everybody, whatever you did last week was just the first coat of paint. And what you're doing this week is the second coat. That means if anything is dry, especially if you need to soften the features or soften anything, that means put a second coat of paint on. Don't be reluctant to do that. That's what we're doing today. That's what I did. Thayer, show me yours.
Well, okay. Let's see.
I like the colors. I like what you've got with the colors. It's looking good.
Okay, well, we're doing a trial with the watercolor. I started with this.
Yep.
And I needed to go back and redefine stuff backwards from what we've been teaching.
Okay.
The shadows.
For the watercolor, I know. Yeah, it's so difficult.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's really working. You are so adept with watercolor. It's just gorgeous.
Well,
Really looks nice.
I don't think it looks like her very much yet, but we've got the eyes to put in, and this I'm trying to get rid of this nose here.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do that, but anyway, I've done a background that has I think most of the background in the picture here is dark. So
I like what you've done with her hair and the background. I like the way that looks.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't have a problem with the nose.
Oh, okay.
I think it looks like her.
Well,
what you need to do with the eyes is get those dark areas where the eye is sitting down inside her skull before you do anything else.
Yeah. Yep. I've sort of indicated the eyes and the ears and so forth. I don't have, this is a brighter part here. This is the shadow part in here, and there's more shadow and stuff down in here.
Yeah, that works. Now for watercolor, what colors do you use for shadows?
Well, those are in crimson and blue probably.
Yeah, but what pigment of blue?
Often it's the same blue that you'd use, what is it, ultramarine or something like that. Sometimes sometimes a cobalt. These blues are different. These are sort of more aqua blues.
Well, Melanie was wondering about, because Melanie, do you want to be part of this conversation with Thayer?
That can be part of the conversation, yeah.
Yeah, Thayer seems to be having pretty good luck, I'll show you, with the blue shadows on hers with watercolor.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to find out, did it granulate your pigment? Did it granulate there or did it not?
No, it did not granulate.
Do you remember which pigment you used?
Not really.
Okay.
I think it's an ultramarine blue or a cobalt, one of the other.
I'll
It
do an
must be the
experiment with
cobalt then.
cobalt. It
Huh?
might be a different brand of ultramarine. The particular
Okay.
brand of ultramarine I'm using granulates a lot,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
more than
Yeah, so-
is normal.
Yeah, I've got mostly Daniel Smith colors, mostly.
Okay.
what I
Okay.
have.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the navy blue or the dark blue, the darker blue will granulate, sure enough. So,
Okay.
then I went over to cobalt, and then there's another.
Oh, I should try Prussian.
Prussian. Oh, I love Prussian, yeah.
Yeah, I
Prussian.
hardly ever use it, but it might be really good for these shadows.
Oh,
It's
that's a
lower, it's not as high chroma.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll put down some of the wet to make that happen. So it's not just strokes of Prussian. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay, so now
Try
the two of
some tests for mine too.
yeah, try some
Yeah, now we're
tests first,
cooking.
both of
Now
you.
we're cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're cooking.
Okay.
All right,
Let's see
that's
what
cool.
else I
That's
got in
great.
here.
Yeah. Thank you,
Oh, and
Melanie.
I have a different brand of normal ultramarine. Also, I can try that and see if it granulates less in case I need it. But I'm excited to
Berta,
try
you
this.
use watercolor too, don't you, Berta? Do you have anything to add to this conversation?
No, I was just listening because I have never done portraits in watercolor.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but I think that this has a lot of potential, what we just saw right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go bug Teresa and then I can get back to you.
Will you show us the painting of that flower?
Excuse me?
Will you show us the painting of that flower arrangement?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will. Let me talk to Teresa. You can see the flowers in the background there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you in a minute here. Teresa, how are you doing?
I'm just trying to find the colors for the face because what I had put on a couple of weeks ago, I'll just say over the last couple of weeks, they just got, and I use the word chalky, just
It did.
pale, chalky, I don't know. And so I'm just piddling trying to find something that it actually looks like skin colors
Okay.
for her.
Does she have red hair or does it? I can't see
No.
the photo. I can see your
Yeah,
underpaint.
her hair is a dishwater blonde.
Okay, so she probably has a pinky skin.
Yeah, it's a pinky. Yeah, it's more pink than it is yellow.
Okay, so start with your reds, Don't
Yeah,
go toward orange too much.
Yeah, well, I've looked at it for the last 2 weeks, and it
Yeah.
just I'll call it whiter and whiter
As it
And-
was drying.
Yeah, as it's
That
drying.
happens. Go ahead and put a thin coat of your medium. If it's completely dry, put a thin coat of your medium all over it, and that'll bring the color back fresh, the way it looked when you first put it on. You're going to need to do that.
Okay.
So do that right now, and then look at it again.
Okay.
You need to do that anyway. I should have done it on mine. I forgot because I'm brain damaged. So yeah, go ahead and do that on yours, and you might like it better
Okay.
because
And-
that happens as it dries. That's why we varnish our paintings.
Oh, okay. And you take care of yourself because I've know people that have kind of gone through your stuff and you just need to not put
Sleep.
yourself too much.
Sleep, sleep, sleep.
Be patient, right?
Yes, be patient. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yep.
Patient. And don't think that it's just me because other folks that have gone through it have gone through it. So you've got
Okay.
yeah.
Well, Di Simmons sent me a text that she had fallen backward off a roof onto a concrete sidewalk.
Oh my word.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she got a
Who made
concussion
she
from
sent a
that.
text after that?
Well, I mean, no, this was years ago.
Oh.
It was years ago that happened, but she said it took a long time to heal up and just take your time, let it
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, it takes as long as it takes. It's not up to you.
You're right. Right. Melanie, how
You can
long?
rail against it if you want, but it won't do any good.
Yeah. How
That
long
is
did it
exactly
take?
right.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yep.
You've been through strokes and cancer, and it just takes as long as it takes.
Were you about to ask me how long it takes to get over my stroke? Because
I
you
was
know I'm
about
not
to.
done.
You're still not done. Yeah. Yeah, I was, because yeah, I make mistakes. Alrighty. All right, Berta, I'll show you the painting. What's up, Zoo? You need to go outside? Come on. You need to go outside? Hmm? Want to go outside? There you go.
Look at that tail.
I know.
I love
All
She
right.
looks
Shih Tzu tails.
adorable.
Huh?
She looks adorable.
She is such a cute dog, and she looks a lot better now that her eye is healed up and she's not covered with medicine. All right, here's the painting.
Oh, wow. This is lovely.
The flowers were
how-
just amazing.
I love how long and vertical it is. It reminds me of a Chinese scroll.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
does. Or like those, those long Japanese paintings too.
That's what I thought when I saw
Beautiful.
that arrangement, because the arrangement is so long,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So we went to Hobby Lobby and we got a long canvas, you know? I could
It's
do it that way.
gorgeous. Absolutely
gorgeous.
gorgeous.
Thank you. But you know, we talk about the reds and we talk about glazes. These, and you that are using purple for your shadow colors, you might want to glaze that. These purples are all glazed.
Yeah. Transparent.
Yeah, I couldn't, as soon as I added white to the purples, they died, you know?
Yep.
So I
Made
had
it.
to glaze them. They've got about 3 glazes on them.
So
But-
you used a mix of colors or just one color glaze?
The first color of glaze was a magenta red, and then I glazed. It wasn't dioxazine. This is dioxazine. I glazed. Let me find. I've got the pigments I used right here. So I glazed cobalt violet for these lighter purples, and let's see here for these darker purples. It wasn't dioxazine. I'll have to find them, because
It's
you know that for,
absolutely gorgeous.
well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And so now, and the flowers are lasting a good long time. But when they do finally fade, I'll have something to remind me. Let me check in here and see if, I thought I had kept them out, but apparently I didn't. So, yeah, here they are. They're right here. Give me a second. Okay, permanent magenta and peony red as glazes. And then for the darkest darks in the middle, right in there, that was alizarin crimson for that real dark.
Ah, absolutely gorgeous.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Mm.
It's just, and then cobalt violet for the pale purple details. I did add white to that, but it was fun. And I was, you know, I mean, there were times I couldn't just be in bed all the time. Part of the time I had to be out doing something. So, so that's what I did.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's see how we're doing for time here. Okay, it's 11:53, so in 5 minutes we'll have a lunch break.
Gail, what should I do for her nose? I think
Her
I'm
nose?
struggling with this like side plane right here.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Her nose
Well-
on the painting because it looks almost invisible.
Yeah, it's very subtle.
So
Um,
is that doing well, or do I need to change something up?
I think you've got it right. I think the front plane along the length of her nose
Mm-hmm.
could be a little lighter.
Yeah.
Then you've got it. I think the side planes, I think you've got them right. I'm still concerned about her left hand side of her face, though.
The left
Um,
side.
Her cheekbone should show a little more than it does. On
Mhm.
her left, it's the right side as we're looking at it.
It's this side?
That side, yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it's
Oh, yeah,
straight
it
down,
does.
but
Let me
right,
see.
yeah, you see right at the end of your brush, right there, it sticks out a little bit. Yeah.
Mhm. And for here, it's more.
And that's not what I'm seeing on your painting.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, I think you're doing a good job. I like how you're seeing the planes. And with a young person, it's hard to see the planes, you know. They're very subtle, but you're seeing them and putting them in. And then you can make them subtle once you've established them. You can soften them. But you're doing a good job. You like lying there in the breeze, don't you, sweetie? But I'm going to close the door. Yeah, I did. I closed the door. I don't know if you can see my dog, but when she puts her ears back like that, that means that she's peeved at something I just did.
Oh.
She had come in and left the door open, and she was lying there with the breeze on her, and she was enjoying it. I went and closed the door, and now she did this with her ears. We'll see if she stops doing that when I open the door again. There, I opened it for you. How about that, huh? No, she didn't stop. She's just peeved with me in general. I did something drastically wrong. And sometimes she'll be like that for hours until we finally figured out what we did wrong, you know?
She's a happy dog.
Uh-huh. Yeah, she is.
Is that kind of better? The colors aren't really right, but a little bit wider on it.
Yeah, and then don't have quite such a sharp angle returning to her. Let it come back all the way down to her chin.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of you know Michael Shane Neal? He's a portrait artist who lives in Nashville.
Yes.
And yeah, he did a demonstration for the Portrait Society a couple months ago. Now he does portraits of presidents and things like that. You know, he's very, very successful. He has also a studio in New York City, a home here in Nashville, and a studio in New York. And he did a demonstration for the Portrait Society that showed. He brought in the studio piece that he'd finished, so you could see the difference between those first layers of paint, like what we put on last week, and how much more goes into it before you're done. Now, very often when you see a portrait demonstration, you only see that first layer of paint. And he wanted people to understand that is the sketch. The portrait sketch is just a sketch, and that when you're done, you're going to put on more layers of paint. What we did last week was the sketch. Now we are putting on a second layer, and we might even put on a third layer before we're done. There's quite a bit more to it beyond that first coat of paint that we put on last week. So don't get bogged down, and don't think that that you have to be able to paint the lips onto dry paint. No, you can't do that. You have to make wet paint again. Okay, Teresa, let me see. Do you like that better now that you have the medium on it?
It's somewhat better.
Well, from here it looks pretty good.
Okay.
Do you want to take a picture of it and send it to me?
You don't want to see it yet.
Okay. So put on another coat of paint like what I did, and
oh yeah.
Reestablish and do a better job of everything that you did last week. Just do it again, but better.
Okay. And I've worked on her hair a little bit. I thought if I
Okay.
got her hair, maybe that would
Yeah,
help.
get some of that color in there so
Yeah.
that you can
Yeah.
compare the different colors and
Yeah.
compare the different textures.
Yeah. Yeah. I would send it to you, but you wouldn't be happy.
Well, Scott is pointing to his watch. It's time for me to go
Yeah,
eat.
it's time for lunch. You don't want to
Okay,
see it.
let's have lunch. All right. See you all in a bit.
The necklace is all those different colors of tourmalines. Which I thought was quite pretty and versatile.
Hold on a minute. I'm trying to mute. Hold on a minute.
That looks good, Melanie.
It's curry.
Oh,
And
yum.
but I made it yesterday and I thought I would heat it up, and then I found out I hadn't cooked it long enough. The potatoes were crunchy.
Oh,
So I had to cook it again. And now
Yeah.
I can eat it finally.
yeah.
Gail, can I see your painting that it's at right now for like a
Yeah.
reference on where it should
Yep.
be?
I will.
Okay. Okay, got it.
All right.
Took a picture of it too.
Now since you weren't here for that demonstration, I'll point out to you what these are. Um, I repainted all of it, and the whole thing. This is all a fresh coat of paint. I restated the planes. I changed the values a little bit, made some of this a little cooler in here. You can see the three-dimensional part of her chin and this part of her face that sticks out over her teeth, you know. And then I added the color of her iris, the color of the whites of her eyes. This is the white of her eye. This is the iris. So this looks so dark because that's where we start. It is in shadow, so it has to be dark. This is the white of this eye, and that's the iris. The white of this eye on this side is really dark. So you have to remember that if it's in shadow, it's going to be dark, even if it's the white of the eye, you know?
And then you have like her neck and that shadow underneath her chin.
The shadow on her neck, I added that.
And then you have the lost line of the shadow that really brings it in.
Exactly. This is a lost edge. This is a lost edge right here. This is a soft edge, and I demonstrated how to make a soft edge. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm going to I'll put two colors here. Let's say this is going to be the dark color, okay? And let's say this is the light color right here. If I wanted, now for this edge, I wanted it to be quite soft. So I took the fan brush, and you can take really any brush. It doesn't have to be a fan brush, but I made a little zigzag. Let me see how much I can zoom in here. I can't zoom in anymore, but I made a little zigzag right along here. See that little zigzag?
Yeah.
You see that a zigzag? And then after I made the zigzag, then I went up and back and forth and up and down. And now this is a soft edge. So for this edge, that's what I did. I wanted this edge to be a little harder, so I brought the fan brush over it, but I didn't do the zigzag first because I wanted this to be a little more defined than this one.
See if I can find my nice baby fan brush. Let's see.
There's a part I missed right here. I'll go ahead and get this in.
Gail, what's the next step I should do for my hands? Just like more coats of paint? I did a little bit on it, but
Let me get a good look on that. What you need to do now with the hands is kind of the same thing you've done with the face, is get the planes, another coat of paint on the planes, make those little the lines between them a little thinner than you've made them, and by with that fresh coat of paint, I want to show you actually. I'm going to get something to show you. Okay, Liberty, take a look at this.
mm-hmm.
Little hands here.
Yeah.
Now, when my first coat of paint, these dark lines between the fingers were quite a bit thicker than they are now. So for the second coat of paint, I kind of pushed this new skin color paint in against the dark color paint so that it was thinner, a thinner line.
Mm-hmm.
And that helps. Now with this is a baby hand, so that there was a shadow all the way across here to show the roundness, the pudginess of the palm. But what you're going to have is you're going to want to change the color of each phalange a little bit, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So for the drawing of your hand, you have this, and you did a good job with that. Now what you need to think about is that these phalanges, let's say if your light is coming from here, it's raking pretty much right on this, but kind of lightly raking across it. There may be knuckles here that it's going to be showing a little bit more where the knuckles are, and that on this side of the knuckles it might be showing a little bit less. This phalange, it's just barely raking across it. So all of these aren't going to have as much light on them, at least not from this light source. And these will have even less light on them. And then the tips of the fingers are going to be quite pink, even before you put the nails on. The tips of the fingers will be quite pink. So I'll show you what I mean in terms of color. Here's the mitten. I start with the mitten. And then divide the fingers. Then the colors, you can't see it there. Let's say I use my lightest color right here. Gosh, nothing like grabbing a color with a dirty brush. So I use my lightest color here, and then the light is raking across here, so it's not as light. And then it's going to be even darker on these three phalanges. And then
Yeah, that is what I'm missing, isn't it?
darker still on these. I'm exaggerating these colors. You can be more gentle with the colors, but and then the end there is going to be quite pink. It'll be dark and pinker. Before you put the fingernails on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So then this is your darker side. You did a good job of that. I think there's going to be darkness probably on this side of each of your knuckles, and the other side of the knuckles will be lighter. But anyway, that's the rough idea. And after you get that done, then you can start with the fingernails. The fingernails will be a little lighter pink than the finger itself. So, and you can steady your hand like this and work on a table if you want. Fingernail. Let me make it a little pinker.
Mm-hmm.
And then the very last thing is to add that white at the fingernail tip, but you don't want to use pure white. I'm mixing a little bit of my skin color with some white to do this little part right here. But that's going to be the last thing you'll do. You'll probably do that part next week.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. All right. I got your
Gail.
image, Arlene.
Okay.
Get it. I don't know if this is the newest image. Something came in. Is this what you sent?
I just sent one.
Did it look like this?
Well, I think so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I got the right one.
Is there a timestamp on it?
Yeah, 12:56.
So that ought to be it.
Okay. Okay, it's looking good. Looking good.
Is the color right?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that
Okay.
works.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I found a pigment I forgot I had from Daniel Smith called Buff Titanium.
Oh yeah,
You know about that one?
I have it.
You have it?
Yeah, I used it on that picture of the flowers for the
Oh,
background.
wow. What a
Yeah.
coincidence.
It is a coincidence. You
Well,
gonna try it?
yeah, I think I'm mixing it with cadmium scarlet is what I have instead. But Winsor Newton's cadmium red light is not yellow enough for your
Oh,
class,
okay.
so I use cadmium scarlet.
Okay.
But mixed with that, it is it's a really delicate, very pretty, creamy color.
Nice.
And then the buff, I think it's pretty similar in watercolor and oil, but in watercolor it has a yellow and a green tone to it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use it for the light areas.
Good idea. That'll work. Yeah, that's
And
what
then
you
I'm
want.
gonna do Prussian blue and cadmiums for the shadows.
Okay.
The cobalt was granulating
Oh,
still
okay.
for me more than I wanted to.
Liberty, did you just have a big orchid in your hand?
Yeah.
Can I see it again?
It's me.
Everybody take a look at what the orchid Liberty has.
Oh.
Wow,
What a fun
that is
basket.
gorgeous.
Beautiful.
That is so
I
nice.
think my mom's a realtor and she won it in some like pull that she did for work.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Boy,
We don't really know how to take care of it.
I know
so-
I think there is a trick to taking care of them. I
Yeah,
had an orchid
I'm
once that
gonna
I did
use
not keep
it
alive. So
so it doesn't die.
yeah.
But it's really pretty. I like it.
Well, I think where you're living, you might be able to just put it outside and it'll be all right.
Yeah. Really not sure. Gotta just
They need a lot of air.
They need a lot of air, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they
It
need
has
air
to
on
be
their
humid
roots.
air, right?
Yeah, because they live in trees. They're epiphytes.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time when we buy them from the store, they're in a pot that doesn't give them any air.
Yeah. Oh, okay. They need air
So
on
a lot
their
of the
roots.
time they need to get moved into an orchid pot.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right. And they don't use soil. They use like bark chips.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
it does make
although
a-
you don't always have to really go super nuts. Sometimes we have other things we want to do with our lives besides learn about potting medium. But
Yeah, you've had enough with potting medium, haven't you, for a while?
yeah, but you can probably make a big improvement in it if you just, those like moss pots. There's like hanging moss pots you can get from the store. They're really pretty and they are porous.
Oh yeah. Like the hangy ones.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
You could try that when you're done with having it in a basket.
Yeah.
And it would
I
probably
think
be
usually-
happier.
Because my grandma's a big green thumb.
Okay, well you can listen to her then.
Mm-hmm. Gotta try a little bit harder for it. Gail, how does her face shape look now?
Okay, let me get a good close look at it. Yeah, I like the shape of her face now.
Okay, it's
I
better.
do like it. Yeah, I think it looks real good.
It was looking almost like aged her up a little bit the way it was.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, soften it.
Yeah, and when you soften, you can soften things like the between her mouth and her lips. That, let me show you what I'm trying to say here. Take a look over here at my camera. I'm going to show you. That line between her mouth and her lips. Don't make a line. That will age her if you make a line there. But instead make just a shift in value. Let's say this is the light on her muscle, her cheek muscle, okay? And then on the part closer to her lips, it might be a little darker because of the way the light is on it, a little darker.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do that. And then soften it this direction with the fan brush so that you can see that shift in light without seeing a line. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What I'm talking about is on my daughter, she's older, so for her, it's a little bit more defined, but on a very young person, it won't be as defined even as it is here. It's just going to be a shift from with light on it to with a different kind of light on it.
Mm-hmm.
Without a line there.
I can lost my light color. Where'd it go? Is that kind of what you were talking about?
Let me see.
There.
Hang on, I clicked the wrong thing and something weird happened. Yeah, hold up your photograph for me again, if you would.
Mm-hmm. She has she's making an expression where her part of her mouth is pinched in a little bit of a way.
Yeah, the expression is there, but it's not a line. And you've given her a line there. You still have a line on the painting. You need to just have the shift from one color to the other without making it a line. And it's true on the other side too. Yeah. And now your brush is going the wrong direction. Have your brush go across it. Right. That looks better to me. And then as far as that when you gave her that cheekbone.
That one is old.
Huh?
Sorry. Problem with this one, it's an older color, so I need a new shadow.
Yeah, put fresh color on there. Yeah. Yeah, anytime you have dry color that you can't work with, go ahead and put fresh color on it. We're trying to keep the paint fresh throughout this process. Teresa, are you ready to show me anything yet? Are you afraid for my happiness?
I don't know. I'm not sure you're physically up to it, but I'll send you a picture.
You mean you don't want me to keel over backwards?
Oh well, I certainly don't want my daughter looking at it right now. Oh, see. It does look better than it did this before we started, but it's a long way from. There's still a lot of layers of paint that needs to go somewhere.
Well, that's what we're doing. Oh yes, yes, it is looking better and better. And that is not the slightest bit chalky. It's
No,
a
it's not
beautiful,
now. Yeah.
yeah, it's
But
looking
it
good.
wasn't. I've added, well, after I wiped off what I'd put on and then put on the whatever,
Well,
this Galkin light stuff.
yeah.
Then I put on, well, I put on stuff.
Okay, now there's something you still don't understand. Either that or you're still fighting me on it. That has to do with the eyes, okay?
Okay. Well, I hadn't did anything to the eyes.
Well, you're supposed to have done something to the eyes by now and not what you did.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now you've made both eyes look oval and kind of bluish purple, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go back to your photograph.
Yep.
Now on the photograph, look at her right eye, okay? You see how there's light on the lit side of the eyelids and the white of the eye?
Yep.
And there's shadow on the shadow side of the eyelids and the white of the eye?
Mm-hmm.
That one should be a dark oval only halfway across. The rest of it should just be light skin color.
Okay.
Okay? Do that for me if you would right now.
Okay.
I want to see you do that so I know you understand.
Okay. Because underneath that eye, well, it's and I use the word glossy for lack of a better terminology. That eye is got all the,
Well, it has light on it.
yeah.
And the light goes all the way across the eyelids and the white of the eye. So don't change the color. Just use your light flesh tone all the way across the left side of that eye. Or left looking at it. You have to establish the light and shadow on that sphere before anything else.
Okay. And do that with flesh colors.
Just your light flesh color. And do it right now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'll,
And then do it and send me a picture of it. I'm waiting.
Not patiently, but waiting.
I'm not waiting patiently. This is correct. Because Scott's going to make me take a break pretty soon, and I need you to do it before
Okay.
then.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to say bye to all of you.
Okay,
Thank you,
Berta,
Gail.
I'm so glad you came.
Bye,
I'm so
Berta.
proud of the painting you did.
And I thank you for showing us the painting with the flowers.
Oh, thank you. We're doing landscape this summer, but maybe we can do flowers in the fall.
Yeah, landscapes. I'm all
That
for
would be fun.
landscape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, well,
Bye.
have a good sleep. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
next week.
Have a good day. Yeah. Bye.
All righty. Bye-bye. Rebecca, did you do it? Rebecca, I'm sorry, Teresa. Teresa, did you do it?
It's coming your way. I'm not sure I did what
You
you want.
didn't understand. I'm going to have
But
to show you.
no, I did. Did you get it?
I got it, but you
Okay.
didn't understand what I was telling you.
Okay.
So here's what I'm going to show you exactly, okay? So wipe off what you just did, okay?
Yep.
Go back over there and wipe it off, and then bring it over here so that you can have your paint and that painting right here, all right? And you and I can just do this. Tell me when you're ready.
I've got it wiped off.
Okay, do you have it and your paint right here where you can see what we're doing?
I do now.
Okay, I'm gonna set this so it doesn't change. All right, so here is the oval that you made, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Now all I want you to do is take your flesh colored paint and put it right across there. Just like that.
About that side.
All I want on
Okay.
on that side. So the flesh colored paint is going to be right here, all the way down. My brush is dirty, but hopefully this is making some sense. Just flesh colored paint all the way across her eyelids and then the top of her forehead. Now the reason being, you have shadow colored flesh colored paint here, and the shadow colored flesh colored paint goes right up. This is a bedbug line, and it goes right up across her eye and into her eyebrow and into her forehead. Now this is a bedbug line. Does that make sense at all?
It does. It does.
Okay, so you started out with this oval, and now what I want you to do is wipe off or paint over that part of the oval right there, okay?
Okay.
Are you with me? It's not going to look like an eye yet. Please don't think it has to look anything like an eye,
Okay.
because it won't, okay? And now do that and show me. It shouldn't take that long. Are you ready?
Well, I'm getting ready to hold it. I'm attempting to hold it up.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, that's what I want. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Now the other eye, make the other shadow color. You don't have to do the same thing with that. Just make sure that it's the same size and shape. The whole thing can be in shadow like you've got it.
The other eye.
Yeah.
Okay.
There, that's what I wanted. I appreciate you sticking with me. And now I'm going to take a break.
Okay. Well,
All
thanks
right.
for your patience.
That's all right. Be back in 10 minutes.
Hmm.
Hey, Mom. Oh, she's on break. Hey, Melanie.
Yeah, were you trying to get Mom's attention?
Or you?
Maybe I can answer.
You're just fine. You can help me too. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm actually working with colors because I didn't like the way my colors looked when when they dried last time.
Yeah,
So
they
I'm
change a lot when they dry.
Yeah, so I'm working on a bunch of different colors, trying to figure out what colors I actually want.
Mhm.
And I'm realizing that the orange and white that she was talking about, like that, I can't remember the name or that orange. What is the
Cadmium
name of
orange.
it? Huh?
Cadmium orange.
Yeah, cadmium orange. The cadmium orange and white actually is looking about right for what I wanted for the skin. But where it's more rosy, I don't know how to make that because it seems to just get weird. When it's slightly more warm than that or pinker than that.
So
How do
you
you
could
tend
try
to?
two things. The cadmium orange and titanium white is a nice thing. It's actually what I'm basically doing for the painting that I'm doing.
Mhm.
But for the rosier areas, um, you'll need to add, a red for the blood,
Right.
and you can do that in two ways. One is that you could do kind of what Mom's been having in her lessons, where she has you put the red down as its own layer,
Okay.
and then you would layer the skin tones on top of that. You could
Okay.
try a test of that on your paper and see if you like how that looks.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then another way that you could do it is you could just try adding a little bit of alizarin crimson.
Okay.
I think that would be,
That's probably the better one.
yeah. You could try just regular cadmium red medium,
Yeah, I've been trying them all.
but
I think you're right. It's the alizarin red
yeah,
crimson
because
that seems
the
right.
titanium white and the cadmium are both quite opaque,
Hmm.
and I think adding a third opaque color to that mix can be muddy.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
So I was kind of like, I'm kind of getting a little lost on this. So okay,
yeah.
I will try to do the layering a
You
little bit.
might also need just a whole straight up different mix for the rosier areas.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
If you're continuing to have issues with the muddiness,
Yeah.
then I would suggest that you try just doing a different mix of colors for the rosy areas, because especially for the shadows, the titanium white is it'll look creamy and smooth in the lighter areas, but as you try to layer it up and make it darker, the opacity will come in and make it chalky and
Yeah.
muddy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I was going kind of with using alizarin crimson. I guess I made a purpley color. I made a purpley
Mhm.
color that
Mhm.
seemed to go pretty well for the shadows. And I was going to try
Yeah,
and use that. I'm just letting her know
it'd
that
be
I'm
good.
experimenting with different colors because I didn't like the way my colors came out last time.
Yeah,
So
I was listening to Melanie's
yeah,
advice, and it sounds like good advice.
yeah. So I'll keep fooling around with that then. That
Yeah,
sounds
the
good.
first I was suggesting the first thing to try seeing if she can follow your same steps where you put red down first for the blood and then put skin on top.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So I was suggesting that one first and see how that works. It might come out looking chalky, depends how much of the titanium white that you're using.
Right.
But but we'll see. And
Just
it
make
might look really
experiments on
nice.
a
It might
different
look
piece of
very
paper,
smooth.
right?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, on a
doing right.
different piece of paper.
I'm just
Good.
doing
Okay.
that. So experimenting and seeing what colors seem to work with what I want. So
Yeah.
yeah. Because last time I just did what I could. Like I was more interested in just following the form, like where I
Right.
put shadows and all that. And I was like,
Yeah.
these colors aren't what I like. I don't really like these colors.
Yeah.
So,
Different ways of doing it.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
a lot of people really like putting titanium, putting white into watercolor gets a lot of bad press, but there's not a significant number of people who enjoy adding it to mixes to give them a creaminess.
Yeah,
That's
well, I
good.
noticed that it helped a lot actually on the page.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
So I like that. And also because my paper is a little, yeah, it's a little tinted anyway. So I kind of like just wanted to get a little bit more control over
Mhm.
that myself. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yep.
Makes sense.
all right, I'll continue on. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mom.
You're welcome.
Liberty, that's looking good. You're doing a good job with the hands. Yeah. Be sure to watch the first hour of that video when he gets it up, okay? He'll have it up later this evening.
Definitely. I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do here. I guess I could just like extend it. It's just like the arms.
You can sort of de-emphasize everything else in the composition. It can be blurry. It can just be notes of color, whatever you think would look nice. It doesn't have to look like anything in particular.
Yes. So that's what you're doing, right? You're doing like the pops of light.
Yeah. What is actually next to her is I mean, quite a bit of complicated stuff is going on in that picture in the photograph. Like she's sitting in a nook that has these turned poles right behind her, and then a bunch of other people sitting back there, and all kinds of stuff going on. But I'm not going to paint any of that. It's just going to be simplified blocks of color.
Can you get your tail out of the door? Okay, now just to clarify for the eyes, shapes and color and like
Yeah.
shadow. You're not doing any details.
Right, we're not doing details yet, but you can begin. And let me show you on this on the share where we are. Okay, here's where we left off.
Mm-hmm.
And then today I put on another coat of paint on all this, and then I added the beginning of the eyes. And I went ahead and showed the upper eyelid and the pupil, and then I showed part of the, I mean, I kind of showed this stuff, you know, the nostrils and did this, but I didn't complete the eyes. Let me see if I've got the completion. See, this is as far as we're going with the eyes right now.
Yeah.
So you don't at any time draw a dark solid line across the bottom here, but you can get that dark upper line.
And those like light values up there.
Yeah, it should be dark. And can you see this hand that I'm moving around?
Yeah.
You can see it? Okay, so you see, notice how in this case, the eyebrow and then the shadow and the upper lid are all dark and they kind of blend in together there. And then here's the upper eyelashes, and here's where the upper lid folds. Now that's what this guy's eye looks like, okay? But don't make a solid line across the bottom here. This light place right here is the thickness of his eyelid. And this little bit of darkness is his eyelashes, which are, they stand out away from the eye.
Yeah.
See if I have another one. Okay, now the next stage is going to be a little bit more softened and detailed, and we won't do that till next week. A little bit more realistic. And see, next week we're going to be adding more detail to the eyes. And more shine in certain places, and you know, hairs on his eyebrows and stuff like that. But that's not happening this week. So this week, what we're doing is just getting the idea that this is where they are, and that's where they're going to be. But be sure to keep the shadows. Like for instance, there's a shadow right there. Look for any shadows that you can see in the photograph and put those in there before you get into details of the eyes. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
So I want to make sure that those are the way they need to be before you all start with the details next week. Next week, I think we might be able to finish these.
Gail, could you put your painting that you did this morning up somewhere?
Yeah, I will. Give me a minute. I have to do something over here, clean this off so I can reuse it. So as this pertains to what you're doing, Teresa, you see how there's a shift in angle right here. Here's the side of her forehead and here's the front, and you can see that shift in color, right? Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and that shift in color goes right across her eyes. Her eye here. Now I went a little further on this because then I went ahead and showed the white of her eye, which in this case still looks like a blue-gray, and this looks like a green, and this shadow part of the white of her eye is very dark. And over here, same thing. The lightest that it is a blue-gray. It'll get lighter next week, but right now we just have a blue-gray right here. And you see again, the bedbug line. Here's where the shift in value goes right through the eye. You see that?
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing right now. And then you can go ahead and don't ever put a line across the bottom, but you can start to put a line across the top. And that's about where we're going to leave it right now.
Okay. All right. Thanks for sticking that back up for me.
Yep, you're welcome. I'll leave that up for a minute. Anybody else can look at it.
Just a question about the shadows that you did around my the portrait that you're making of me.
Yeah.
That's you're mixing ultramarine blue with what is that? What's the other color?
Transparent red oxide.
Transparent red oxide. Okay.
And there's less blue over here where it looks browner.
Yeah.
And more blue over here where it looks blacker.
Okay, because I was thinking about for my person's hair, Blondine's hair.
Yeah.
Because right now I had this black color that's quite dark, but her hair actually isn't that dark. It's more of a brown.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out like if that would be a way to get that kind of brown.
It would be if you have that pigment. I don't know if you do or not.
The
transparent red oxide?
I'm going to see what I've got. I
Okay.
will go look and see what I've got. Nope. Okay. I'll figure something else out.
But what browns do you have? Do you have any browns?
I have a burnt sienna and I have a German green umber. And then I have this really good like black, a German greenish raw umber. Then I have Jane Black. Jane's Black.
Well, the
Jane's Black is a
umber.
mixed black.
Yeah,
Okay.
she doesn't want anything that black. She wants a brown. What would be the best way for her to get a brown if she doesn't have TRO?
Are you sure you don't have TRO?
Oh. Maybe this little bit of thing that I have here, this little bit that I have left is TRL. Let me just take a look.
It might have used it up, but
Yeah, I think that it's used up. But I will see. In which case then I can just go get some more and maybe go buy it.
it should be easy to get. It's
There are worse things to do
Oh
than
yeah,
shop in Paris.
I do have TRO. Yeah, I do. It's just
Yeah.
it's very I barely have any left. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, it's not very strong. The TRO, the thing that we use as TRO, Winsor and Newton, is not very strong, so you use it up really fast.
Okay. All right. So I just
It
need to
might
get
have
some more.
given you a tube of it.
I think you meant to, and then you were like, "Oh, I can't believe I forgot this." I think there was one
Okay.
that you meant to give me, and you forgot.
Yeah, I did something dumb, like I brought 2 cadmium yellows by accident instead of a
Something like
different
that.
thing,
Yeah.
so it might have been
Something
that.
like
Yeah.
that. So I have. Yeah, no, I don't have that one. But I will go find some.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to sign off and go to bed.
Okay.
I love you guys. It's great
I
to
love
see
you.
everybody.
Love you.
I'm so glad
Love
you're
everybody.
able to do this
Bye.
for now. All
Bye.
right.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Gail,
everybody.
I sent you a photo.
Okay. Yeah, that looks nice. Now tell me why you've put so much light under his left eye.
Well, there is light. Maybe I made it too light.
Yeah, I think maybe it is too light, and
Okay.
it's kind of going all the way around his eye in a way that is unrealistic, you know?
All right. Well, there's so much reflection from the ground up.
Yeah.
But I think maybe that is too light, so I'll darken it.
Well, you see how it's not, there's not as much of that reflection in the corner of his eye, the corner toward his nose.
Yeah.
But you've made it light all the way around there.
Okay. All right, I'll work on that.
Okay. Everybody, we're down to our last 10 minutes. If you've got a question or you want to show me something, you should before I wind up the class.
How are my eyes? They're looking rough, but
yeah, they should be looking pretty rough. You've done the right thing, except that her left eye is not at the same angle as her right eye. So make sure that you might need to redraw your guidelines or do whatever you have to do to make sure they're at the same angle. I think that's right. Take it in front of a mirror and hold it in front of the mirror and see if it looks okay to you looking at it in the mirror.
Yeah.
That's one way to check. And then you can give her a line you can give her her top eyelashes just as a line.
Mm-hmm.
For now. We'll get more detailed next week, but for now you can do that.
Okay. So I think I need to fix there. I kind of have her under, like, over here, but not over here.
Yeah. Double check in the mirror before you go any further with it.
Then her nostrils. I need to, like, a dot.
Yeah.
What sock does that look like? What does the back of that sock look like? What color is in the there? That might be right.
Wanna go outside, maybe?
It's looking just lovely, Thayer. It looks like the sun is just bathing her face and hair. I love your colors.
Gail,
Yeah, Rebecca.
I finished my girl up and I used the alizarin and I love it.
Oh, good.
I
Good.
love
I'm glad.
the alizarin on this side of her face.
Yeah.
The shape.
Oh, that does look nice, doesn't it?
I love the color, the deepness of that red.
Yeah, I'm going to spotlight it for everybody. See, everybody, she used alizarin creams in the shadow of the face. That looks really nice.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you ended up painting over a lot of the face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do this is the second coat of paint. And just like with still life, it's better on the second coat of paint than it was on the first.
I love that. I love that alizarin crimson like that. Oh, it's so
Good.
pretty.
It worked really well. Yeah.
Really pretty.
Well, Tuesday, Hunter used alizarin crimson and violet for the shadow side because she was doing the profile completely in shadow.
That was so pretty.
It was so pretty, and that's what she used,
With it backlit like it was, yeah.
It was backlit, yeah.
Okay. Do my eyes look bitter?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way they should look.
Like that's where I should stop, right?
That's where you should stop. We're going to be doing more next week.
Mm-hmm.
And be sure to look at the video.
Yes. I just feel like I need to soften up her features. Like she looks too old.
Okay, what is it? Let me see. Let me get a closer look.
But it might just be me.
You can make her cheek rounder, that cheek that was just straight down before. You can make it rounder than you have it now. And you can shade in the bottom part of it so that you can see that it has a little fat pad inside. You see how on your photograph it's lighter on the top and darker on the bottom?
Lighter,
yeah,
darker.
Exactly. Yeah, you can do that and make it look round down there. It just was, before you just had it was a straight line all the way down the side, And it is 2:00 and my husband is going to make me go lie down. So I'll go do that. I have to take some aspirin too. So it's been good to see you all again. You're doing a beautiful job there. Yeah, these are all looking really nice. And we'll
Glad you're
probably
feeling
finish
better.
them next week. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.